You'd be like, you're a turkey. All right, I'm showing 9 o'clock. So 9 o'clock, I'll call the meeting to order. And first item of business is adoption of the agenda. Moved by Paul Mitchell, seconded by Steve MacDonald, that the agenda be adopted as printed and circulated. Are there any issues with the agenda? The one thing I will do is, when we get to it, we have a delegation at 11:30 from the Zorra Multi-Use Courts Committee Chair, and we'll just pull ahead the recreation report on the same to do the whole thing all at once. I'm assuming everybody's good with that one. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest or the general nature thereof? Not seeing any. Minutes. Moved by Steve MacDonald, seconded by Paul Mitchell, that the minutes from the September 15th, 2021 council meeting be adopted as amended. Any other issues, Paul?
Yeah, I think the amendment was at the bottom of page 2, 6.18, there was a double negative. It says, confirm that no adjacent livestock facilities would not be impacted by the application. I think the word not was to be removed because it changes the meaning of the sentence.
Anybody else on that? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. So we have 5 timed items this morning. Presentation, minor variance drain, cemetery delegation, and Zorra Multi-Use Courts Committee delegation, as I said. So we will start off right away. Have we got Mr. Holsley in? Can you see us and hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay, we can't see you, but we can hear you.
Okay, why is my video not working?
Well, there's no rush. Take a minute. Is it in the bottom left for you?
Okay, where is it? Okay, there we go. Cannot start video. Just start video camera. I have to go to settings.
There should be just are you on an iPad or a laptop or?
Laptop.
So it
I always
should be
use
the bottom
this.
left then, right? There should be a little camera in the bottom left that says start video.
Yep, got it. Cannot start video, please select other.
Yeah, maybe you don't have,
My
you probably don't have a camera on. That's all right, we'll go ahead
Right.
without it. We just want to talk to you about the unauthorized clearing of ice on the river, okay?
Okay.
But in all seriousness, thanks for joining us today. And I'm gonna pretty much hand over most of this presentation to Katie, who has prepared some words to say, and then I'll finish up when she's done. Okay?
All right.
Good morning, Paul.
Morning.
So I've prepared a couple of things to say to you today. So this past year and a half has been hard.
Okay.
Hard to do much of anything, which has made it hard for
Yes.
people to volunteer, which has taken the spark out of the community, and it's made it hard for us to stay connected. And then it got really cold. But you came out and quietly did the thing I'm told that you have been doing for years and started clearing the snow off the frozen river. Simple. And others joined you, creating multiple rinks and kilometers of pathways You collectively created and maintained a winter wonderland. And it didn't take long for people to notice and show up with their hockey sticks and their skates. And each day, more and more people found their way down to this paradise that both brought back wonderful memories for people who grew up on the river, and also became the place where people brand new to the community started to create their own memories of how wonderful this place really is. My son had his very first experience of skating on the river this winter, and I'll never forget that. People were able to physically distance, be outdoors, and be safe.
There we go.
Neighbors got to catch up with each other, and many got to meet new members of the community. It was awesome. And you started that and made it possible. Quietly, you did your part. And it wasn't until Doris Weir, who is the person who nominated you, told us that you did this work for the community that I would have even known that you were involved. And I think that's a really important thing to note. That volunteering sometimes is done in ways that are highly visible, highly formalized, and easy for the community to see and be grateful for. But sometimes good people do good things quietly and organically in ways that have the ability to transform the feel of a place and inspire others, making it vibrant and warm even on the coldest of days. And that is what you did. So thank you very much.
Paul, when Doris nominated you in her nomination form, she used the term winter wonderland, which I really like words a lot, and I think that's a term that's frequently overused by people to describe things. But I'll tell you, the first day that I went down to the river to skate on it, it was absolutely a winter wonderland. It was like a joke. It was like a Canadian stereotypical joke. All these people on the ice, you know, figure skating along, holding hands, playing hockey. People had dragged ice down there, as you know, benches that people had brought down, snowmobiles on the ice, people skating for their first time, under the bridge, up the river. It was quite amazing and really a huge opportunity for social gathering and for people to come together as a community when people desperately needed it. So, as Katie said, it was something that you've done for years, but it really came into its own as a service to the community in the last winter. And you know, amidst all that going on, there was you zooming around on your lawn tractor on the ice, just quietly weaving in between all the people and keeping the ice clear. Maybe we should get you in to do some Zamboni lessons for some of our rec staff.
Oh no, that was an ongoing joke for years because I coached hockey.
Well, I mean, it was really good ice. It was good. It worked.
Well, scraping it helps a lot.
Yeah.
With all those people, it would snow up fast.
Yeah, it did.
Really
It
snow
did.
fast.
Yes, but that's a good thing, right? It snowed up fast because a lot of people were using it, right? Because you cleared it
Oh,
and
yeah.
they came and used it.
It was pretty amazing. It was amazing to see.
It was.
really
There was
amazing.
hundreds and hundreds of people the day that I was there. Like, I gave up trying to count. I tried to do an estimate how many people are actually here, and you couldn't keep track of it. There was so many people coming and going up and down the river, on and off the river. It was
Yeah, I
really,
saw you there. I saw you. I was down there.
I mean, in this case, Doris is not overstating it. It really was a winter wonderland. And really, as Katie said, it would not have happened if somebody hadn't been the first one to go down there and say, I'm going to clear a little spot. And from that little spot that you cleared, then everybody was like, I can clear a little bit more. I'll do a little bit more. And you saw all the people that came down. People showed up with their skates and a shovel, right? And they joined in, and they're like, I'll make it a little bit bigger. I'll make a trail to join this one up to that one. And that was all because you took the initiative to do it in the first place.
I wouldn't say I was the one that took, like I do. There was a few others too. On
There
the
was.
quads that were doing.
There was quite a few other people, but they did it because you went down there with your lawn tractor and started it, Paul. And I know you're going to say it's not you, but it is you, because your fellow residents nominated you, and council deliberated this and said it is you. So it's you. Okay?
Thank you.
So take it. Thank you for doing your part. And Katie and I will come out and visit in person and give you your Volunteer of the Year award one day in person. And thank you in
wow.
person, okay?
Oh no, yeah, it's my pleasure.
Yeah, I know.
I enjoy doing it.
Thanks a lot. Is there anything you want to say?
not much I can say. I just keep doing what I'm doing.
Excellent. I hope you do.
But thank you all.
Yeah. See you in the winter.
We'll see you.
See ya.
Hopefully we'll have a winner.
Yeah. Well, Farmer's Almanac says we will. Farmer's Almanac says you're going to be busy on the river.
Yeah, I don't like that too much.
Thanks a lot, Paul.
Okay.
See ya.
Take care.
You too.
Bye-bye.
So we do have the certificate and everything, right? And we can go out and, yeah. All right. So next time we have is at 10:45. So until then, I think we'll get through some departmental reports. Start with fire, if that makes sense. Is there anybody wanting to go first that we know of? Waiting right outside the door, listening. Yeah.
Long legs.
So, 8.1 Fire Department, Memorandum 2021-154 from the Fire Chief regarding monthly fire report for September. Chief, is there anything you want to highlight for Council?
A couple things we're preparing to be in compliance again with our emergency management, so expect a tabletop scenario coming up for this year. Last month, there were some questions about the fit testing machine. Zorra's had it, and we're almost through our firefighters. It's been going really well and proved to be an effective machine, and allows us to do the N95s now, which has been really good for COVID. Really positive meeting with Metal Fab for the pre-construction of the new pumper rescue coming to Uniondale. Chiefs meeting coming up in Tempsford this evening. And a successful recruitment from our open houses, 2 open houses housed in Tempsford. We had over 30 applications come in for our positions, so looking forward to moving on with that. Just one thing to flag in there, you'll probably see an increased cost coming up for our bunker gear inspection and cleaning. To be in compliance, we've got to be sending that out for hydrostatic testing regularly, so we're going to start seeing that come back into the cycle. And working on the RFP for a new compressor for our breathing air compressor at the Umbro station. So just a couple things to draw your eye to.
Questions from Council? Paul?
No questions, but some comments. And the reason I don't have any questions is because once again, you've given such a detailed report, and you've been really busy again for the last 4 or 5 weeks. The one thing that did jump out at me was your meetings with Chief Armstrong and Chief Holmes, and it echoes the comments I made last month about your meeting with Chief Anderson in St. Mary's. And I know you know that the 2 things on your plate as far as the strategic plan are a look at the coverage areas within the township, which haven't been changed in over 30 years, and also discussions with surrounding townships, municipalities for adjusting covered response areas, because there are some areas like Maplewood in St. Mary in Zorra where would make more sense for Tavistock to come, and there's areas like Wellburn in Thames Center would make more response for Uniondale to respond, and there's lots of other of those areas. And the goal is, and the reason we include those in a strategic plan, is that every person should have response from the closest fire department. When you call the police, the nearest cruiser comes. When you call the ambulance, the nearest ambulance comes. But it hasn't been that way with fire, and that needs to change. So, yeah, excellent report again, and I'm really pleased to see you establishing those relationships with the other chiefs early, so that when you get to those negotiations, that you know who you're talking to and you've got that background. So that was just my only comment.
Steve?
One question in the second page, or page 3 there. When it says other, like the type of call, lift assist, what is that?
So that's an example where EMS is on scene, and normally 2 people to an ambulance, so they call the fire department to support in helping mobilize that person to get them the care that they need.
Okay. I was
Yeah.
just curious.
Yeah.
Anybody else? The hydrostatic, what's that for?
Bunker gear goes in, and it's annually tested by a third-party company to be in compliance with
Okay.
firefighting standards.
Okay.
So it goes out of house.
So it's a functional test?
functional
Okay.
test to make sure it's safe for our firefighters to work in.
Any other questions, comments? Moved by Paul Mitchell, seconded by Steve MacDonald, that memorandum 2021-154 from the fire chief be received and filed for information purposes only. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Any questions for the chief not on the report? Not seeing any. Thanks, chief. And recreation. Do you have them like lined up out there? It's good. It's good. So, 3 reports from Recreation. 8.2A, Memorandum 2021-161 from the Director of Recreation Facilities regarding monthly departmental activities for September. Matt, is there anything you want to highlight in there for council?
Not at this time, no.
Any questions from council on the monthly report? Not seeing any. Moved by Steve MacDonald, seconded by Paul Mitchell, that memorandum 2021-161 from the Director of Recreation and Facilities be received and filed for information purposes only. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Oops. And memorandum 2021-162 from the Director of Recreation Facilities regarding Tempsford multi-use courts proposal. We're going to skip over for now and do that with the delegation later on. So memorandum 2021-160 from the Recreation Facilities Program Coordinator regarding season end reports on the Zorra Summer Day Camp and Tempsford Area Swimming Pool. Is there anything you want to highlight in that for council?
Not specifically, just to reiterate my, does this sound okay? Just to reiterate my comments about how well this season ran at both the pool and the camp and how much it was a pleasure working with them. They made my job this summer quite easy, so I'm very thankful for them.
Questions from council on that report? Katie?
So first I have just an observation comment. Congratulations, really. It was interesting to see the record of swim lesson and public swim attendance included in this report. And the piece that really stood out to me is that in the last 5 years, we've more than doubled the amount of kids who are getting through swimming lessons. And I've watched sort of like the scheduling for swim lessons change and evolve from 5 years ago to now to accommodate more. And one of the great things about having a pool in the community is that, you know, you don't have to own your own pool, you don't have to clean it, you still get to go for a swim, it's a lot of fun. But the other side of having a pool in the community is developing those life-saving skills that are so vital for our especially our children. And so to see that the pool, you know, the overall revenue, sure, it's important, but to see those numbers double and have that many more kids that are more qualified and safer swimmers is such a positive. And the other thing I wanted to note, just an observation from the report, that there's been a recommendation for the addition of a behavioral inclusion counselor as part of the camp program. And we saw this recommendation as part of last year's report as well. So just a note that I would hope to see some additional staffing, you know, specifics of what it looks like to be determined, but some additional staffing potentially come forward for under budget deliberations for next year's camp program. Thank you.
Anyone else? Moved by Katie Davies, seconded by Ron Forbes, that memorandum 2021-160 from the Recreation Facilities Program Coordinator be received and filed for information purposes only. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thanks.
Marcus? Non.
Oh, sorry, I forgot that part. Questions and comments not on the report. Paul?
And I fully understand if you can't answer these questions, but according to the media, there's supposed to be a province meeting today about rules impacting kids between the age of 12 and 17 and their access to facilities. And I believe right now they're exempt, but the gist, what I heard was that they will be included same as adults. you heard any inside dope? And if that is the situation, will it have any impact on anything we have to do?
So today's conference is for 3 p.m. and it's a joint conference. I don't believe from the province, but there's a number of the public health units, including Southwestern Public Health, Middlesex London Public Health Unit, and Perth Huron Public Health as well. From what we're hearing, yes, that there will be a change to the current exemption for organized sport. Organized sport is defined as under 17 or under currently. We're anticipating that, yes, from 12 to 17-year-olds, so those eligible, will be given a timeline to be vaccinated to participate in sports in public facilities. And we're also anticipating that there's the coaches exemption and volunteers as well, currently inside the provincial regulations, that will also be closing within that same time frame. The details of the time frame we don't know, and the exact details of that, like, it hasn't been fully confirmed, but that seems what's coming down the road today. So there is a 3 p.m. call that's happening, and press announcement.
So you might learn something on a Wednesday instead of a Friday.
Yeah. Wednesday before a long weekend, so just
And a Friday before.
yes, yeah.
Okay, thanks for the
victories.
response, Matt.
Yeah.
Can you go now? Can you go now? Yeah, okay, good. Thanks. Yeah, more for me than them. Building and drainage? No? Okay, so Public Works. Oh, there he is. All right, so memorandum 2021-156 from the Chief Building Official Drainage Superintendent regarding monthly departmental activities for September. Mike, is there anything you want to highlight for council?
Just things are slowing a little bit as the season winds down, waiting for some land to put some houses in, and, yeah, other than that, moving along.
Questions from council on the report? Paul?
Last month you had all those permits for this, I think it was 63 townhouses. Yeah. How do you go about inspecting 63 townhouses? Do you have to go out a whole lot of times, or can you organize it so you can cover up 20 or 30 of them at a time?
Yeah, so today we have 2 inspections there. One will be backfill. So we're basically doing 6 units or 5 at a time, right? So it's just one inspection of, and then I think we have an underground plumbing. So again, they'll do a whole block of 6 at a time. So right now it's pretty simple, right? We go do a block inspection. When we get into framing, we'll kind of do them individually, but right now it's kind of by the block.
Yeah, that just came to mind, how you would do that. It'd be more efficient than.
Well, it'll come out, I'm just, yeah, yeah. Whether it'll ever go back in again is another matter, but, Public Works, 3 reports from Public Works. Memorandum 8.4A, Memorandum 2021-157 from the Director of Public Works regarding monthly Public Works Department report for September 2021. Steve, anything you want to highlight in there?
I don't think so. I think everything's pretty much self-explanatory here.
Report. Moved by Katie Davies, seconded by Ron Forbes, that Memorandum 2021-157 from the Director of Public Works be received and filed for information purposes only. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And 8.4B, Memorandum 2021-159 from the Director of Public Works regarding a construction progress report regarding the Zorra Maintenance Facility. Steve, is there anything you want to highlight in that?
Not really highlight. There's some updates. So the wall panels are starting to be installed on the south wall, and rebar is starting to be tied for the sand salt shed. So I don't know if they're going to get to the pouring until this week. What was originally planned is there's a lot of rebar to be set up yet for the sand salt shed foundation. So, but they're working away at it.
Questions from council on the report? Paul?
Is this rainy weather affecting them, or are they getting to a point where they're doing more inside work?
No, it's still pretty impactful. The administration end of it, they finally got some the tie-in from the fire cisterns to to the building finally installed, so now they'll be able to move forward and finishing the footings in that end and start to get that closed in. But yeah, it's rain delays have been happening. It hasn't been stopping too much, but it has been putting some delays on work for sure.
Yeah, you just don't accomplish as much on a crappy day as you do in a,
You just don't, right?
Yeah.
Especially when they're, I know, trying to do the roof panels and stuff. There's a few days they just couldn't do it for wind or rain and slippery conditions, so, yeah.
so hopefully they're all enclosed before the weather gets wintry, because then that really slows things down.
That would be excellent, yes, that would help.
Anyone else? Moved by Ron Forbes, seconded by Katie Davies, that memorandum 2021-159 from the Director of Public Works be received and filed for information purposes only. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And 8.4C memorandum 2021-149 from the Director of Public Works regarding white edge lines on Zorra's paved road network. Steve, is there anything you want to highlight in that for council?
No, I don't think so.
Questions from council? Moved by Paul Mitchell, seconded by Steve MacDonald, that report number 2021-149 from the Director of Public Works be received and filed, and that the township adopt the policy of painting white edge lines on all township paved roads that have speed limits exceeding 50 kilometers per hour on a biannual basis as outlined in the report. Paul, as the mover, do you want to speak to that?
Whenever I consider whether we should be spending money on something, I look at four things. What's the cost? What are we getting for our money? How many people are impacted? And what are the other options? And in this case, the cost comes back $24,000 a year, which is not an insignificant amount. But if you break it down, it comes $245 per kilometer per year based on the recommendations in the report. What do we get for the money? We get improved safety. It's confirmed in our traffic calming policy that narrow roads that have edge lines appear narrower, and people tend to drive a little bit slower and a little bit more carefully. You also, by having markers on the edge of the road, you, and especially in poor visibility, it's easier to see where that pavement ends, and where, if you go off, you're into the shoulder and possibly into the ditch. And as a truck driver, I use those edge lines quite a bit, because when I'm meeting another truck or a wide load, I take a glance in my passenger mirror to see how close I am to the edge of the pavement. Steve's nodding as a truck driver as well, and see how far you can get over safely, and it's a lot easier to do that when there's white lines there. There's also the possibility of some cost savings here, because every time there's a motor vehicle collision, there's police, fire, ambulance, and sometimes public works cost, and we as taxpayers pay for all those. So even if we can reduce the number of MVCs in Zorra Township by 2 or 3 or 4 a year, we're going to have significant savings going back towards that $24,000. How many people does it impact? Well, in reality, it impacts every person in Zorra Township, whether they're a driver, a passenger, a bicyclist, or a pedestrian, because it gives that, not only slows down the drivers, but it gives that delineation between what the vehicle part of the road is and what the bicycle or the pedestrian part of the road is. And it also impacts the thousands of people that drive through Zorra every day. And are there other options? Well, the two options are we can not do it, or we can do it annually. But I think doing it every other year is a good compromise. And I think it's certainly not a glamorous thing. I don't think Marcus and Don are going to be doing interviews with the national media over this. But I think it's the kind of nuts and bolts thing that municipal government is here to do. And it makes, it addresses an area where we have the most complaints about our roads and about our traffic. And I think for a relatively small amount of money, no extra staff other than to book Oxford County, tell them which roads to do this year, I think it's something that we should proceed with.
Steve, as the seconder, did you want to speak to it?
Briefly, they're all good points, Paul. No, I agree with doing it simply because I'm a stickler for knowing where the edge of the roads is, especially on a shallow shoulder. And I'd like, especially with the yellow lines, I despise driving down any paved road anywhere where the paint's almost worn off. So I think 24 grand is a small amount for any good it'll do.
Anyone else? Moved by Paul Mitchell, seconded by, oh, I guess I read it already, but I'll read it again. Moved by Paul Mitchell, seconded by Steve MacDonald, that report number 2021-149 from the Director of Public Works be received and filed, and that the Township adopt the policy of painting white edge lines on all Township paved roads that have speed limits exceeding 50 kilometers per hour on a biannual basis as outlined in the report. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. I would just like to comment slightly here. Don't normally talk about stuff like this, but I think this is for people who, as he said, it's not glamorous. Don and I hopefully won't be doing any interviews with the national media about white lines on Road 92. But I do think for any residents that do watch this, this is an example of how council and staff can work together to actually make something better. You know, staff don't always agree with each other, council certainly doesn't always agree with each other, and council and staff certainly don't always agree. But when this council came in, one of the things it said it wanted was a traffic calming and speed control policy. Staff went and did work, and it took quite a while to do that report and deliver it. Council, you know, Councilor Mitchell in particular has like taken that report, digested it, then gone back for the last, month and a half-ish or something like that, worked with staff to find out what are the options to further advance that. And there's literally going to be action on the ground for residents on this. So maybe that's a little bit of inside baseball stuff that only people in this room care about, but I think it does matter, and I think we should take the opportunity to point that out to residents whenever we can, that is how this works, and that when it works properly, maybe it takes some time, but it actually ends up being done in a financially responsible way that increases safety, that's consistent with policies that we've said we want. And I just think it's important to point those things out, even if they're not exciting to people, to point out that there is a way that things work, and that if they want things to actually get done and you actually make the system work, it actually works, and you get something done. So I would just suggest to brag maybe a little bit to residents about how that worked, because it makes a difference. So that's all I would say on that. I think that's it for Public Works. Thanks, Steve.
Thank you.
Finance. Okay. Kelly. In 8.5A, Memorandum 2021-105 from the Tax Collector Deputy Treasurer regarding third quarter tax report. Kelly, is there anything you want to highlight in that?
No, it's pretty straightforward. Yep.
Questions for Kelly on this report? Not seeing any. Moved by Steve MacDonald, seconded by Paul Mitchell, that council authorize the write-off of taxes in the amount of $13,768.93 for Section 357 applications for 2020 and 2021 year processed in the third quarter of 2021, with the appropriate amounts being attributed to the county and respective boards of education. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thanks, Kelly.
Perfect. Thank you.
See you later. And 8.6A, Corporate Services Department, Memorandum 2021-158 from the Legislative Coordinator Deputy Clerk regarding enacting a bylaw to authorize the use of internet and telephone voting methods for the 2022 election. Alicia, is there anything you want to highlight for council on that?
No, this is just an administrative bylaw for us.
Any questions from council on this? Moved by Paul Mitchell, seconded by Steve MacDonald, that council enact bylaw 62-21 to authorize the use of internet and telephone voting methods for the 2022 election. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And 8.6 B, Memorandum 2021-163 from the Chief Administrative Officer regarding stormwater systems operations and financing options. Don, what do you want to highlight in there for council?
It's something that we've looked at since the storm drains were installed in Thamesford and Embro. The financing options for the drains, when we do maintenance on them, we do collect, or we do have charge outs. So when there's storm drain cleanouts, we don't have a pond cleanout yet, but we do have 5 ponds that will eventually need to be cleaned out. So we would hold those costs and then bill them out as a municipal drain. In doing it this way, like many municipalities are doing now, there's an annual charge that residents would see on either their tax bill or their utility bill, depending on which model we go with. It would be, once a year that they would pay that, rather than every 5 or 6 years having a larger bill on their taxes. So it's just an option that we're looking at. And it came to the forefront right now because the developer in Thames Springs was supposed to have prepared a drainage report to incorporate all, I think it's 375 lots in Thames Springs as a municipal drain. So, and there would be another 200 lots on the west side of Banner Road, and eventually there will be another 600 lots on the Maple Leaf site. So we'd rather be ahead of the curve right now and have something in place that's going to be something sustainable going forward.
Questions from council on that? Paul?
So Don, the way we've done it as a municipal drain, would it be possible that when we did clean out a pond and sent people a relatively big bill, that we could get appeals, like dozens of appeals on it? Is that part of the system? And that's one of the advantages of switching?
No, there's not bills on the maintenance on drains, so where there would be appeals would be when drains are initially constructed or incorporated in this case, Thames Springs case.
And just to clarify, the reason for that is that the apportionment of costs for maintenance is set when the drain is set in the first place, and then it's just distributed the same way then.
That's correct. So
unless it's redesigned or something.
Right, so there is a scheduled assessment that is prepared when a municipal drain is adopted by bylaw, and that's what's used for future maintenance. Now, when lots are added or deleted because of splits or new subdivisions, then there are ongoing charges for the engineer to add or delete those new lots on a municipal drain.
Any other questions on this report? So just to clarify then, next steps on this, what do you see?
So we have reached out to a consultant who will be preparing a report on behalf of the municipality. It's Rob Walton, formerly of the County of Oxford. So Mr. Walton does have experience with municipal drains as well as urban storm drains. So the report would probably take about 4 months to prepare. We would have full public consultation because there will be potentially charges that residents in Embro and Thamesford would receive on an annual basis. So probably, I'm guessing next spring or maybe later this fall, depending on how quickly Rob can get the report prepared, we would have public consultation for what's being proposed.
Okay.
And there is no cost to the township for this because the developer is funding this report.
Anyone else? Moved by Paul Mitchell, seconded by Steve MacDonald, that memorandum 2021-163 from the Chief Administrative Officer be received and filed for information purposes only. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And I think we're down to correspondence now. 9A, correspondence from Jenna McCall, air filtration at AJ Baker Public School. I have moved by Katie Davies, seconded by Ron Forbes, that council receive and file correspondence from Jenna McCall, and that Jenna McCall, and that council note that the issue has been addressed by the TVDSB. Katie, did you want to speak to that?
Sure. So between us receiving this correspondence from Jenna and the time of the meeting, Jenna has had some communication with her trustee and received information about the situation at AJ Baker, and they do have HEPA filters units in each of the classrooms. So she is now happy with that result, and that was communicated back. So at this point, there's no longer a concern and no need for action on our part.
Anyone else? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. And 9B, severance application B21-32-5 from Leonard Brown and Kelly Weaver regarding property located at 76 Commissioner Street, Embro, Ward 4, County Land Division Committee request for comments. Moved by Ron Forbes, seconded by Katie Davies, that the County of Oxford be advised that the Township of Zorra Council has no objection to the consent application B21-32-5 submitted by Leonard Brown and Kelly Weaver for property located at 76 Commissioner Street, Embro, Ward 4 in the Township of Zorra. Anybody want to speak to that? Steve.
This is just one more example of a lot of the old double lots in the village finally having something done with it. Like most of us have approved it here, but there's a lot of new housing going up inside the village over the last couple of years, and there's lots more double lots to go, so might as well put a house on it instead of just growing grass.
Paul?
I'm a little confused by the map that accompanies it, because the ones marked proposed retained and proposed severed, there's several lots in between, so. Unless I'm... Those boxes are in the wrong spot, but where should it be? Oh, okay, there's line.
This is the lot here.
Okay,
That shed's gonna get torn down, and we just want to leave it.
okay.
I don't know why we did.
Oh, okay. Okay, now it makes sense, just, it didn't on the... Yeah.
I actually drove over and then,
Okay, now it makes sense, thank you. Big fan of paper.
Anybody else? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And boards and committees. So, before we get into these updates, what I have is a motion to receive and file A through E, which is all of them. So I know, Paul, you'll give an update on Upper Thames. I'll give a brief one on Tapmo. The minutes are there from community.
I'll have comments on the ZRAC.
Okay. I won't speak to the Community Schools Alliance one, but anybody has questions can, and multi-use courts we'll probably cover when we get to that delegation. Is there anything in there that anybody wants to pull out or anybody else wants to speak to? Okay, so Paul then, 10A.
Okay, the latest meeting of the Upper Thames Board was on September 28th by Zoom. First item was a report from staff on the first budget first intentions for the 2022 budget, and what staff intends it would be a status quo budget, no new service delivery. They're factoring in a 3.5% increase in total operation costs for inflation, and the final $172,500 of the environmental targets funding that was approved in 2017 has been deferred once again to 2023. Next report was a transition plan for the Conservation Act changes, and by December 31st of this year, conservation authorities are supposed to have a list in place of what programs and services they have that are considered core and which ones are considered non-core, and they're supposed to consult with municipalities and develop a work plan to establish agreements and then report what they've done to the ministry. The problem is another month has gone by and there's still no indication from the province what is they consider core and what is non-mandatory. So it's kind of hard to make a list when you don't know what guidelines you're working with. So in the interim, what staff is doing working towards that, but also working to the phase 2 deadline, which is January 1st, 23, to have all those agreements negotiated and in place, is that they're coordinating with the other CAs, conservation authorities, and Conservation Ontario, so that everybody's using similar terminology and approaches to dealing with the municipalities. They are establishing, if they haven't already, staff contacts with the various municipalities between the appropriate Upper Thames staff and the appropriate staff at each municipality. And they're trying to get a feel from the municipalities of what the expectations are from that each municipality has for from the Upper Thames, as far as do they want, not only what services are they looking to maintain, but how do they want delegations going to municipal councils, or do they want reports, or how this is actually going to work. And they'll provide programs and services inventories to municipalities based on the proposed regulations, what they know now and what they hopefully know in the next week or two. Some of the problems involved is, and we're fortunate in Zorra that the entire municipality not only comes under the umbrella of Oxford County, but we're all in Upper Thames, whereas a lot of municipalities have 2 or 3 different conservation authorities that they work with, and all conservation authorities have multiple municipalities that they work with. So there's a tremendous amount of background work that goes into it. And under the current deadlines, really these agreements need to be done by the middle of sometime in July of next year, because next year's municipal election time. So you have, if you're trying to make agreements, you could be dealing with lame duck councils, signing long-term agreements, and you could also, if you leave it, you could have the council being sworn in, and the first thing they deal with is long-term agreements with the conservation authorities. And I know when we first came in, it's kind of intimidating that first few months, and to make those kind of decisions right off the bat isn't fair. So those are some of the issues that they're dealing with in that. And as I say, continued frustration that the provincial government has not, after months and months, and basically 2 years since they said that we're going to break this into core, mandatory and non-mandatory, not having the final regulations in place. Other reports was Upper Thames has formed a team called TIDE, which stands for Team for Inclusion, Diversity, and Equity. And they have 12 staff members, and their mission statement is working to eliminate barriers and advance inclusion, diversity, and equity in the Upper Thames River Conservation Authority, the Upper Thames River Conservation Authority watershed, and the conservation field. So that's just something new that they're getting off the ground to deal with diversity, inclusion, diversity, and equity. Staff is working on developing a vaccination policy. They are working, there again, there are 3 health units involved in the Upper Thames watershed area, so they're working with all 3 of those units so that they have some uniformity to come up with their vaccination policy. And it was a relatively short meeting, so that was the extent of it.
Any questions for Paul on that? Yeah.
Paul, you mentioned that they were factoring in 3.5% on the budget as an inflation number. Was that gathered from anywhere, or is that a stab in the dark? I think the last I heard from the government issued stuff is still hanging around too. But
I think one of the biggest costs of the Upper Thames is staff's wages, salaries, and benefits. And like us, they base that on the increase in the consumer price index, and I believe the latest was 4.1%. So they're kind of hoping that it doesn't go higher than 4.1, and they've penciled in 3.5. But as we get closer into the end of the year and adoption of this budget in next February, then we'll know better what impact inflation actually has. But that's where the number comes from.
Anyone else? On TAPMO, the only update I really have is we had our first executive meeting with our new chair and executive, Mayor James Seeley of Puslinch, and discussed a new fee structure for TAPMO, which has not been finalized but will be coming out. It's going to be more the fee structure will be related to your aggregate tonnage that your municipality actually ships, basically. So there was much debate about whether it would be related to the wording of it, whether it would be specifically related to the royalties or not. But anyway, that's what it's going to be related to. So this council will see that, I don't know, in the coming months or whatever. And really the reason for that fee structure is to avoid the situation that we had where we were undertaking a specific lobbying effort to try and get the property tax issue for aggregate pits addressed, and had to go around and do sort of a pass the hat amongst member municipalities for the money to fund that exercise. The idea here would be to have a predictable, stable funding of member municipalities for TAPMO to undertake that work. Of course, you know, it can be waived, as the fee has been waived in the past by TAPMO when it's not needed, but the idea is that to have a base level there that the executive could decide to undertake those initiatives on behalf of members without having to go around all the time and do it. But again, that'll be up to the executive to decide what that fee schedule will be, and then this council will see that when it comes and decide what we want to do with it. Any questions on that one? Community Schools Alliance, the minutes are there if anybody wants to, we got a new executive for that one as well. If anybody has any questions on that. No? You look like you're going to ask something, Paul. Every time I look at you, I feel like you're going to. Okay. And Zorra Recreation Advisory Committee, you said you had an update on that, Paul?
The latest meeting was on September 28th by Zoom. Really only two big items on the agenda. One was a delegation from Zorra Caledonia Society, the Embro and Zorra Ag Society, and Embro Minor Soccer, with a proposal to build a 40 by 80 pavilion located behind the Embro Zorra Community Center. It was very well put together. It was great to see the coordination between the three groups. ZRAC passed a motion supporting it in principle, and that motion will be coming to us on October, our next meeting. And also I suggested that the proponents also make a delegation to us as well, because it was really well done, and I think they can give us the background information to where we want to go with that. The other one was the centralized membership proposal that had come to ZRAC back in the spring. And then council, believe it was in our last meeting in June. And council had passed a motion on July 7th directing staff to work with the two proponents who had come to ZRAC with the proposal to decide how this would work, and then to bring a report to ZRAC at the September meeting. There was a report on the agenda from staff essentially saying that this was not something that the township should get involved in. And but then one of the proponents attended the meeting and said that she had had no contact with staff since council had directed staff to consult with them and come up with this report, which was very disappointing to hear. And so ZRAC asked that rather than a report, to accept the report and forward it to council, that staff go back and do what was directed by the council motion and actually consult with the proponents and come back to the next ZRAC meeting with the report that we asked for initially. Other than that, Steve, I don't think there was anything. There was some information report presented by Matt, but I think those were the two issues that
No, the
that we dealt with.
big thing would be the Caledonian presentation, and they will be coming to council next meeting.
And just there's no rec staff here, but I assume that that consultation with those residents is happening or happened or going to happen or whatever. Okay, thank you.
Just a quick comment on Paul's update there. That's really fantastic to hear about these different community groups coming together and identifying that they have overlapping needs that individually they might not be able to achieve, but because they have that communication, there's some potential to really get together a project that's going to benefit everybody. And I'm sure that those existing relationships within the community were there, but I think it's worth noting that ZRAC hosting those consultation meetings where they bring these community groups together, that this is one of the potential benefits, that when people are coming to the same table and saying, man, these are some of the things that would really help out the work that we're doing here in the community, that identifying these common goals can allow for things to be achieved in capacities that otherwise may not happen. So kudos to those community groups, and I think just another push for ZRAC to continue doing that really important work of bringing community groups together.
Anyone else on those? Moved by Katie Davies, seconded by Ron Forbes, that items 10A through E be received and filed for information purposes only. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. So, 11A, correspondence from Minister Steve Clark, reconstruction noise. Anybody want to speak to that one? Moved by Katie Davies, seconded by Ron Forbes, that item 11A be received and filed for information purposes only. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And what I'm looking at right now then is bylaws, then items of community interest in the calendar, and then probably a break, and then we go into the 4 remaining delegations. Is that all good? Karen, Alicia, I'm not missing anything there? Okay. All right, so bylaws, moved by Ron Forbes, seconded by Katie Davies, that bylaws 61-21 be taken as read a first and second time. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And items of community interest. So, where are we today? October 6th. So, the only things that I'm seeing in here, Thanksgiving this weekend, of course, is there a HACA meeting on next week, Tuesday? I've got these all wrong in my calendar, I think.
I'm not sure. I'm thinking it's probably the 18th.
Okay.
They went back to Monday evenings, and
did
of course they're not going to be on the 11th. That's a holiday, so
yeah.
I would have to confirm that, but I think it's the 18th.
And so our community policing committee on the 19th, is that right? Yeah, yeah. And then back here for council on the 20th. Is that it? I think that's it, right? Nobody else has anything? I think we're good. All right. So, I think. Oh, sorry, I missed some bylaws, didn't I? Yeah. Moved by Katie Davies, seconded by Ron Forbes, that bylaws 62-21 be taken as read a first, second, and third time and finally passed, and further, the mayor and clerk are hereby authorized to sign the same and affix the corporate seal there too. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Sorry about that. And I think that's it. That's all we can do until the timed items starting at 10:45. So I guess we're on break until then. Fill your boots. 10:45, we'll call the meeting back to order. And as soon as we call it back to order, we're going to go out of council meeting. Moved by Paul Mitchell, seconded by Steve MacDonald, that council meeting be adjourned at 10:45 a.m. for the purposes of holding a public meeting pursuant to the provisions of the Planning Act, and that council move into the Committee of Adjustment for the purpose of hearing a minor variance application. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And minor variance application A09-21 submitted by Susan and Kika Dragas for lands described as part of Lot 13, Concession 5, West Zorra, in the Township of Zorra, Ward 4. The lands are located on the west side of 37th line between Halliday Street and Wallace Street, and is municipally known as 375-750 37th line. Are the applicants joining us? No? There's nobody here for this then? Okay, Spencer.
I'm here for it.
Yeah, of course. I should. Yeah. Since you're here, is there anything you want to highlight for the Committee of Adjustment?
Yes, good morning, everyone. Just briefly on this report, it may look familiar to committee members as the property owners were here earlier in the year to seek relief for the height for the proposed accessory structure. Plans have advanced, the house is well underway, and what they're seeking relief for today is relative to the gross floor area being proposed. They've decided they would like a little more additional space on the accessory structure, which is reflected on plate 3 of the application itself. And today we are recommending approval of the application. There's no concern from the staff level. There's no concern as a result of circulation. And as such, we've gone through the 4 tests. It meets all of them, and staff are satisfied that the committee could look towards approval of this application today.
Any questions from the committee for the planner? And the applicant is not here, correct? So no questions for the applicant. And nobody from the public joined to speak to this either, right? All right, then I have moved by Paul Mitchell, seconded by Steve MacDonald, that the Township of Zorra Committee of Adjustment approve application A09-21 submitted by Dusan and Ankika Dragas for lands described as part Lot 13, Concession 5, West Zorra, municipally known as 375-750 37th line in the Township of Zorra, as it relates to relief from Section 5.1, Table 5.1.1.3, regulations for accessory uses. 1, to increase the maximum permitted gross floor area from 170 square meters, 1,830 square feet, to 214 square meters, 2,305 square feet, to facilitate the construction of a proposed structure accessory to a residential use on a property zoned residential existing lot, Zone RE, in the Township of Zorra. Anybody want to speak to that? Paul.
Yeah, this has been supported by planning, and here we are once again with another one of these applications from a rural or semi-rural large lot where they want to exceed the allowed floor space. And we have been consistent in approving those, so I believe we should approve this one as well. And I think the frustration, at risk of repeating myself from previously, is this is not only a waste of our time, but more so a waste of the planning department's time and a waste of the people who have applied. And to me, I may be overly simplifying, but if we can change that line in table 5.1.1.3 that says regulations for accessory uses, buildings to a maximum lot coverage of 10% of lot area, or 1,830 square feet of gross area, whichever is less. If we just remove whichever is less from it and allow people to build to 10%, it would save a lot of hassle for us and for planning and for people that want to build. I don't know how you go about taking those few words out, but I think it's something that would, in order of efficiency, that should be done. So that's just my comments on.
Anyone else? I would say it's up to this council if they want to take those words out. It's our zoning bylaw, so we can, any member of council can bring forward a motion to either make the change or get a report back from staff on the, how to make the change or what the possible, impacts of the change would be, but it's up to this council to make those changes if they want to make it. So, anybody else want to speak to this? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. So you'll notify the applicants, Spencer, thank you. And then moved by Steve MacDonald, seconded by Paul Mitchell, that council move out of the Committee of Adjustment and pursuant to the Planning Act that the public meeting be adjourned at 10:50 a.m. and the regular meeting of council be called back to order. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And Kellum Drain. So just before we start it, has anybody joined for this? And as far as we know, nobody is joining for this, right? Okay. Well, yeah, we should have Mike in here for it at least. Thanks, Spencer. So moved by Paul Mitchell, seconded by Steve MacDonald, that the following members be appointed to sit as the Court of Revision for the Kellum Drain Improvement 2021, with the first member being the Chair of the Court of Revision. 1, Chairperson Marcus Ryan. 2, Ron Forbes. 3, Katie Davies. Anybody want to speak to that? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. You guys are on break now. It's a spectator sport for you now. Moved by Ron Forbes. Moved by Ron Forbes, seconded by Katie Davies, that the Court of Revision of the Kellum Drain Improvement does now open at 10:51 a.m. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Listing of persons in attendance. So Committee of Adjustment, Court of Revision members, and Mike's going to be here in a second. And we confirmed already, nobody else then, Alicia, right, has asked to be in, and nobody has joined either. Okay. I'm going to pause for a second and see if we can find them. Attendant? None. Court of Revision question period. Any questions from the Court of Revision on the report? None. Appellant's question period. Appellant's not in attendance. Decision of Court of Revision by resolution. Moved by Ron Forbes, seconded by Katie Davies. Whereas the Council of the Township of Zorra provisionally adopted the report of R.J. Burnside and Associates Limited dated July 12, 2021 for the drainage works known as the Kellum Drain Improvement 2021 at the September 1st, 2021 Council meeting. And whereas there have been no appeals that lands have been assessed too high or too low, nor that any road or lands have not been assessed, it says addressed, but that should be assessed, right? Or that due consideration has not been given as to type of land use. Now, therefore, the Court of Revision of the Kellum Drain Improvement 2021 hereby confirms the assessment schedule as fixed by the engineer. Anybody want to speak to that? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. You don't get to vote. You don't get to. I mean, you can if you want, but it doesn't count for anything. Moved by Katie Davies, seconded by Ron Forbes, that the Court of Revision of the Kellum Drain Improvement does now close and council reconvenes at 10:54 a.m. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Nope. All right, that's that. And now we've got the 11:15 delegation, so we're on a break again, I guess, right? See, and everybody always wants. We're going to have a recess until 11:14. Thank you. All right, so 11:15, I'll call the meeting back to order, and we are at delegations, item 7B, Dan Irvin, Cantor Presbyterian Cemetery Board for Cemetery Driveway. So Dan, you can hear us and see us? You're on mute. You're still on mute. There.
Oh, there we go.
There you go. All right, so it's your dime. Assume that council, I always say, assume that council has read what you've submitted and is prepared. So focus on your high points and leave them time to give you some questions so they can make their decision. Over to you.
Okay. Do you want to start the slideshow?
Yep, just give me 1 second, I'll start that.
There we go. Just to let you introduce myself, I'm Dan Irvin. I'm representing the Cantor Presbyterian Cemetery Board. I do the day-to-day operation for the cemetery. Next slide, please.
Okay.
Can you see that?
Yep.
Okay. The reason for the upgrade: entrance is not wide enough for larger equipment, such as a truck with excavation equipment trailer, vault delivery truck. Existing road is now too close to the tree line. The new road will allow for some parking. A better entrance will be safer, as it is hidden. It is a hidden entrance for eastbound traffic. What we propose: widen by 4 feet the existing lane on our property, some 300 feet in length. The entrance part on Oxford County property will be widened at a later date. Our excavator, Mark Langlois, will do the work on our property, pro bono plus fuel. What we need from the township: up to 14 tandem loads of A gravel delivered to our site for free. Next slide, please.
It's there.
Okay, this is the entrance to the road. As you can see, it's very narrow. Our first option was to eliminate the guy pole and stone pillar. Ontario Hydro wants at least $3,000 to move it. So that's not very good. Next slide, please.
Okay.
The stakes indicate new width. Unfortunately, the maple tree must go. Expanding into the neighboring field is okay. We own an acre beside the cemetery. This won't be going ahead right away, probably maybe next year. Next slide.
Okay.
As you can see, this road was sort of made by a Model T car, and then they graveled it. So it's very narrow, and it kind of slopes to the west. So we're going to widen it by 4 feet and straighten it and take the topsoil out, put it to the side, and fill that with gravel. Next slide, please.
Okay.
This is just the road, the view looking to the east. You can see how kind of a treacherous view it is, and our patrons do park along the paved shoulder here, which is a kind of a hazard. And the next slide.
Okay.
And this is the original entrance, which is impossible to get in and out of. And that's about it. Questions, please.
Questions from council? Paul?
Yeah, Dan. Township occasionally gives grants to cemetery boards that apply for them. Just wonder if the Cantor board has applied or received any grants from the township in the last few years?
Not that I know of. I think they've got some free gravel occasionally, but nothing other than that.
Okay, thank you. And the other question is not for was the actual cost, but we got that. Steve Oliver gave us a breakdown, which comes to $2,250.98, which was actually for a bit more gravel than what you were asking for, because in his experiences, you always need more than less. So that's just
Okay.
for for everybody's information, that's the dollar figure that we're looking at,
Okay, thank you.
$2,200 roughly for.
Any other questions? So the cost, two questions, Dan, just of clarification really. One, the costing that we have and that council has in front of us is for 187 tons of A gravel. That's good?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. And second thing is the tree, the maple that's gonna have to be removed, whose property is that on?
Well, it's on our I think it's on our property.
Okay.
It's on the fence line. It's on the fence line, so.
Just based on personal experience, you want to find out exactly whose property that's on before you go, before you cut it down. Steve might be able to help you figure out exactly whose that's on, but we should just be sure of that before we go ahead.
Yeah, well, the town, we may get Oxford County involved to do that work on the front. We're having a little trouble getting hold of anybody and getting some firm pricing. They give us a ballpark of, cost per ton and that sort of thing, but nothing definitive. And so we're just kind of holding off on that for now.
But you should email your county councilor, Dan.
County councilor.
Huh?
I see. Is that you?
Yeah. Okay?
Okay.
All right.
Very good. We'll do that.
All right. If there's nothing else, then I have moved by Paul Mitchell, seconded by Steve MacDonald, that the Township of Zorra provide up to 151 tons of A gravel to the Contour Presbyterian Cemetery at no charge for material or delivery for the entrance road upgrade project. Anybody want to speak to that? Paul?
Yeah, I support that we help them out with this project. Dan has given a good explanation along with the photos of what needs to be done here. We have given grants to local cemeteries in the past, a nominal or minimum amount. In 2020, it was $5,850, which none of that went to Contour. As long as these local cemetery boards can manage their own cemeteries, it's one less thing that we have to deal with. And if they're ever in a position where financially they can't continue, I would think that it would follow, the municipality would have to take on some responsibility for this. So if anything we can just support the local people, I think it's a very reasonable request. It's what they're asking for is actually less than what Hydro wants to move the hydro pole. So, and they're also going to provide all the labor to deal with the gravel once we get it there. So I think it's the right thing to do, and that we should support supplying this gravel at no cost.
Anybody else want to speak to it? Katie?
I just had a question of clarification. What was the amount in the motion?
Yeah.
Because
so
I think it's different than what we're seeing on this sheet here.
I think, yeah, I should have been clearer on that. So the costing that Steve provided to us was for 187 tons. That's $2,250.98. The amount in the motion is 151 tons. Paul?
So I'd like to amend my motion to make it 187.
Okay. So I've read it, so we're going to do this right, because... No, because I like it. So we should have someone move an amendment to change it from 151 to 187. Okay.
So moved.
Seconder, Katie. So it'll be that the motion be amended to change 151 to 187 tons. Moved by Paul, seconded by Katie. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. You guys captured that wording. Thank you. So the amended motion then. Moved by Paul Mitchell, seconded by Steve MacDonald, that the Township of Zorra provide up to 187 tons of A gravel to Contour Presbyterian Cemetery at no charge for material or delivery for the entrance road upgrade project. Does anybody want to speak to that? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. There you go, Dan.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Yep. Don't forget to email your county councilor.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Right away.
And
So long.
see ya.
Goodbye.
And have we got Andrew and Brenda are available.
I'm trying.
He's coming along well, eh, Alicia?
Yeah, that's good. So we have Andrew and Brenda.
So, Andrew and Brenda, can you guys both hear and see us?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Excellent, thank you. So, it's your delegation. What I would say to you, I suggest to everybody making a delegation is assume that council has done their homework and read the report and your recommendation in front of them. And so hit your high points, the things you really want to emphasize to them, and leave time for them to ask you questions and really, so that they can really understand what you're asking. And that'll be the most productive thing. That being said, we're kind of done today, so there's not a lot of time pressure on this. So yeah, hopefully you'll have a good conversation with council, and over to you.
Perfect. Well, you guys have, I would assume, already read through this proposal, so I'll just go over a couple of the key items. Mainly, the court structure, or the setup. So we suggested 4 courts. And the main reason behind that is because we want to prevent as many bottlenecks during prime time as possible. And because instead of having 3 court surfaces plus the basketball, ball hockey. But we decided to forego any type of lighting system. So we would be able to use the courts for a shorter period of time, but have a higher quantity of courts available so that we prevent the bottlenecks from taking place. Also, we decided that it would be beneficial to have an acrylic top on the court surface, which is outside of what was originally proposed, because it was just supposed to be pavement. And that the acrylic top is simply in place for safety reasons. It prevents players from slipping on the surface and injuring themselves. And it also provides a little bit more comfort on your joints when you're actually playing on those surfaces, as opposed to the concrete or paved. But yeah, those are the 2 main keys that I wanted to put forward on the proposal. Brenda, did you have anything else to add?
No, I think you've covered that. Yeah, we've taken some things out and kind of tweaked it, but I think you've covered most of what we wanted to say at the moment.
And do you guys have any questions about the proposal that we put forward, or?
Questions from council? Sorry, I'll just point out, Andrew and Brenda, that procedurally what we're going to do here is we're going to hear your delegation. When we're done with your delegation and including any questions council might have for you now, we're going to receive the report from staff then that I think you guys have seen as well. And at that point, council will be deciding what, if anything, it wants to do with the combination of the delegation and that report. So right now, it's just going to be questions for you guys. So just in case you think that it's incomplete, it's because they still have a report to go through with staff after this, okay? So,
Yeah, I did also print off the staff report, but we'll address that later.
Okay. Questions for the delegation from council? Paul.
Yeah, when this original delegation, Andrew, came to us and to ZRAC back in July of 2019, your proposal was for 4 courts at $50,000 a court for Thamesford. And then the report that came from our staff in November of 2020 recommended 2 racket courts at $55,000 each and 2 basketball / ball hockey courts at $67,000 each. So that was a total of $244,000, but that was for both Thamesford and Embro. Now the proposal you've putting forward is for Thamesford only, for 3 racket courts and 1 basketball, 1 ball hockey court at $350,500. So you've touched on it on the material that you want to put on the court, but can you explain how this project has gone from initially $200,000 to now $350,000?
Yes, so initially when the proposal was submitted, I'll just speak to the number of courts first, and then we'll talk about the costing associated to it. When I read through the staff recommendation, it was a total of 4 courts between Embro and Thamesford, but from the way that I read it, it was 2 racket courts in Thamesford and 1 basketball court in Thamesford and 1 basketball court in Embro. That was my interpretation of the staff report. And as for the dollar figure, that things have gone up significantly. If you've done any construction recently, but that would be the $50,000 initial estimate would be just your bare bones court. We would be adding on the acrylic and things like that. But yes, that in a nutshell, that is what it comes out to be, roughly $80,000 per court if we're doing, yeah. So it goes up from 50 to 80 essentially.
Follow up or?
Yeah, and I don't remember from reading the staff report or in your original delegation, was there lighting included in those original estimates? Because I think just you said that there is no lighting in this proposal.
I believe it was an optional item, but I don't know if it was actually included in the 244. Maybe Matt would be able to speak to that.
The original proposal from November 2020 did not include lighting on those courts.
Anyone else? Questions for the delegation? Not seeing any. Do you guys have anything else you wanted to add before we move on?
I did just want to say that Thamesford is a growing community, as well as Zorra, but and I feel that these additional amenities would be able to help bring the community together and stay more active. And all these sports that we have selected for the multi-use court would be playable by people of all ages. And I think that it would be very much beneficial to have these type of amenities in Zorra.
I agree with Andrew. I can't speak for basketball or anything else, but pickleball, it is starting to really pick up. More people are starting to come out and see what it's about. So I think it would be well received.
Okay. Moved by Steve MacDonald, seconded by Paul Mitchell, that council receive and file the ZMCC project proposal delegation for information purposes only. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. So we're going to go on then. You guys are free to watch on YouTube. Council's going to go on then and hear the report from recreation staff, and they're going to decide then at that point what they want to do with that report and your delegation combined, okay?
Perfect. Thank
All
you
right.
very much for your time.
Thank you. All right, so then item 8.2B, Memorandum 2021-162 from the Director of Recreation and Facilities regarding Tempsford Multi-Use Courts proposal. Just before I ask you to highlight anything in that, Matt, I want to point out to council that I do not have a motion here to deal with this report. So keep that in mind as we go, that you guys are going to have to, I don't know, you got, at the very least, you got to receive and file it. But it's up to you if you want to defer, you want to direct staff to do anything. So keep that in mind as Matt goes through his report. Matt, over to you.
So first, I think I want to acknowledge the strong work by the committee in leading up to the proposal. When we compare the report that came back in 2018, or sorry, November of 2020, what they've requested and want to put forward to council is a different size of court, and it's increased. But the actual numbers, which they also came back with independent items for budgeting as well, really stacked up very close to our original estimates. There's a few different options they've added on, or things they've added onto it, and increased the sizing, and that reflects the estimated project total. Beyond that, the funding model, if you're read through our Recreation, Arts, and Culture Master Plan, recommendation 26 did recommend the construction of outdoor basketball court and ball hockey court in both Tempsford, in Tempsford specifically, and it included about $100,000 estimate per court for that back in 2018. So that's where we've come, and the committee has requested this funding model that for that portion of the project, that we look at a 70% township portion, 30% fundraising goal, and then for the other portion, which is the racket courts portion, which is the part that they're bringing as a community-led initiative, or more community-led initiative, that's the 30-70, which we've kind of used in our other community-led projects as of recent. I have included two options for council. One would be for the council to endorse the project, and that we would include this line in our upcoming first capital draft budget. The other option would be, if that's not the direction we go, I would request that you provide some direction to the committee and staff so that we can continue to work ahead to providing a proposal to council.
So thank you, Matt. So questions for Matt on the report? Ron.
So basically, there's two parts to this, and one part's a 30-70 and the other's a 70-30, and so it's 50-50 for the whole ball of wax. And the skate park, the water park, the new water park in Embro yet to be built, I believe, and refresh my memory if I'm wrong here, but the amount of fundraising was over 50-50, was it not, on those ones?
It was approximately 1/3 fundraising, 2/3, two-thirds fundraising,
Yes.
1/3 township capital.
Yeah. And, I mean, we've kind of gotten into these projects now, and I don't think we have a set goal or a policy that says they must raise 2/3 or they must raise 50%. And I just, for the sake of being fair to previous initiatives, that was kind of where I was going with that. Was this one's looking at 50-50, the other ones were 2/3, 1/3. So just a comment. I don't even know where I fit on that one as far as how I feel about it, but I don't want to go down the road where we keep lowering the amount of fundraising from the community all the time, and then it just becomes tax dollars.
Katie?
So if I can speak to the funding model. So it doesn't end up working out to 50-50, I don't think, because there's a more significant portion of the project is 30% township and 70% fundraising, and then a smaller, it's only a single court, that would be 70% township and 30% fundraising. And one of the things that the committee was identifying and investigating was these projects that come forward as community-led initiatives that have not been committed to by council and are not on the work plan for staff, that if they are to be supported, that this 1/3, 2/3 ratio has been the determined to be the appropriate method of funding and move forward. With the ball, hockey, and basketball court, it does sit on the Recreation, Arts, and Culture Master Plan as a project that is to be executed in the midterm of that plan with a budget line of $100,000 estimated cost. That was endorsed by previous council and is a living document that Recreation Department uses as a guide for what it is that they are to execute. So for this committee, if they were to remove the ball, hockey, basketball court portion of this project and not fund any of it, and also not have the opportunity to voice what types of surfacing and measurements, et cetera, they wouldn't have the opportunity to move that project up timeline-wise. But to omit it from this scope of work, we would then likely see it in the next few years show up on our capital budget from the Recreation Department. My understanding is we would then see that as staff have been directed by council. So in my mind, and I think the committee consensus is that the funding model for a community-led initiative endorsed by council should be different than work that the township is to be responsible for when the community wants to play a role in the timeline and the specifics of that project, and that they should not be funded the same way. So the pavilion project, we did 30%, and the Lions did 70%, but that project would not be something that would have been undertaken had that community group not stepped forward with their own funds to do that. So if we're looking at projects that are already on our work plan, then the 30% municipal funding did not feel substantial enough given that commitment.
Anybody else? Questions on the report? Paul?
Question for Matt on the surfacing. And your report did not recommend the, what is it, an acrylic surfacing or the specialized surfacing? What's your position? You've got experience with other, how important is it that we, and because from what I'm getting, that is a significant reason for the higher cost is the surfacing. I'd just like your input on the surfacing.
From previous experiencing, so this is a coating that is an acrylic paint, an outdoor acrylic paint that has a sand mixture inside it. So it provides both fills voids in any sort of surfacing you have, the asphalt, as well as provides texture for grip. I've seen both new courts be installed without it, with the plan to put that surfacing in place and the potential of the 10-year time frame as that original surface degrades a bit. I've also seen it done immediately. It does provide an additional grip. The surface can be safe without it, and a good surface. The grade of asphalt they use for a tennis court is different than that of a parking lot or a road. It's done with a finer particle or aggregate in it, so that it's a smoother surface to begin with. So I don't want to get too far into my opinion on it, because I think the committee has requested, but I do want to provide you information on it. It's once it is done, it will have to be redone every 8 to 10 years. It's kind of a little bit, once you paint a brick house, you continue to paint a brick house. Similar scenario.
Anyone else? Steve?
What's the proposed, if it goes ahead, what's the proposed timeline for?
I've suggested 2024 for the potential of construction, primarily for the time needed for fundraising from the committee. Similar to what we've had in other projects, we may, if fundraising is slower, if grants aren't available in certain years, we may need to extend that farther down the road. But once we have it on the 5-year capital plan, it's a little bit easier to adjust it forward or back depending on their fundraising requirements.
The multi-use courts that were in the Recreation, Arts and Culture Master Plan, that has not shown up in the 5-year capital budget yet, has it?
No, it was a medium-term item. So when we looked at we were trying to, if the plan was done in 2018, we were looking at, like, they'd be starting to hit kind of at the end of this capital, the capital 5-year capital coming up now.
Okay, thanks. Anyone else? Questions? Steve?
I was going to originally say exactly what Ron said. My concern was that split didn't look the standard what we've been doing. And now that I've heard the partial explanation, now I'm not 100% sure how I swallow that business, that because another council, you were going to do it down the road, why that counts for anything. So I'm wondering if there's any way we could break this out a little bit. I was questioning it, explained, it's a little fuzzy yet, but the general public, and they see this and they're going, well, how come Thamesford's getting that and then they're only paying for 50%? It's got needs. Is there any way we could break it out better so that it's more clear? Because, I mean, as soon as this gets out, if it's approved, I'll know that's the first thing that'll happen up at Embro Way is, well, we didn't get our courts and why are they getting so much? I mean, that's going to come out, and I want to do anything I can do to avoid that.
So one thing I would just comment is that there is no policy, or there has been no direction to staff for these cost breakdowns to go like this. Council has made decisions like this successively, so there's sort of a pattern of decisions that this council and the previous council have done, but there is no formal policy for that. It's been a decision by decision basis of the council of the day. So it's up to this council to decide if they want to do it with this one. This council could obviously decide that they want to formalize that policy if they want. With respect to people anywhere outside of Thamesford saying, why are they getting this? This committee was originally formed to be for both Thamesford and Embro, and the call for members of the committee was put out to the entire township, and nobody from Embro came. And if I'm not mistaken, we even delayed and did another call for people, and there was nobody. So, that's not to say that there can't be legitimate concerns from people living in Embro about the costs of projects, but the specific reason that there's no consideration for anything in Embro, and this is because nobody from Embro said they wanted to be on the committee to consider it. So, I say that not to argue in favor or against a formal, policy, or even in the case of this one, what the cost split should be, but just that it's up to this council to decide, because there isn't a policy. I mean, frankly, even if there was a policy, it's up to this council. They can just override their own policy, but there isn't one. It's just been a pattern, really, not even a practice, just a pattern that, starting with the previous council, this council's continued. So therefore it would be up to this council to decide if they wanted to formalize that in any way, or to describe the decision made on this. It's up to us to decide and describe that and explain it to residents. I think Katie and then Paul.
So with Embro, commenting on Embro not having anyone stepping forward for this committee, I think it's significant to note that Embro has a huge project that's just winding down that they've been really hard at and fundraising for. And the committee, early in the term of this committee, there was discussions about the effectiveness of fundraising when a project is to have components in different communities, and how it's easier to get that financial support from individuals and businesses when they know specifically where it's going. And with Embro having so much fundraising efforts and volunteer commitments tied into the splash pad project, I think that accounts for that lack of interest in this project at that time. But part of what I'm considering when I'm looking at this proposal is I would like to think that at some point in the future, that when Embro's timeline makes more sense for them to be ready to do this work, that they would also want to do a similar project in the Embro location. And I would want to make sure that when we're considering what we're doing in Tempsford, that that we're not making decisions that are then going to prohibit us from being able to support Embro based multi-use courts with a financial commitment. So I am a very firm supporter of this funding model. I believe very strongly that these two different types of projects have to be treated differently in terms of funding in order to promote volunteers to continue getting involved in doing their part. But I do have concerns that this proposal has grown beyond the initial scope of proposed courts, and as well as the finishes, which has then resulted in an increased budget. The other thing is this committee has requested that we consider the addition of washroom facilities at the time of budget deliberations, and that we get a report from staff on that, and as council we endorse that. So it's a separate project. It can be denied and this one can be approved, but I think I'm also being mindful of there may be cost affiliations with providing appropriate facilities to accommodate the recreation development that's happening on site in Tempsford, and that also raises some concerns for me about this bottom line price tag. I'm not prepared, and I mean I'm sitting on council and I'm sitting on this committee, so it's a little bit of a balancing act. I'm not really sure how it is that previous councillors have managed this, but for myself, I'm looking at that Zorra Township capital projected commitment, and from the initial projections that Matt had, if you took what he proposed in terms of volume of court and quality of court in the two locations and remove the Embro component for now and just look at the Tempsford recommendation, that was a total cost of $177,000. So that $177,000, we're now looking at $350,000. So regardless of the funding model, the township component is going to be a significant increase, and I'm wondering if council is not prepared for that level of commitment, if the committee could reevaluate proposal to look for some cost-saving opportunity, and maybe having the volume of courts not be quite so many, or the surface not being quite as high quality, may be a way to move forward with the project and still provide the facility for the township, but at a price that will fit into the budget a little bit easier.
Question, Matt, on that exact issue is, you know, there's a specific proposal here for a specific number of courts and configurations. So there's always a temptation to say, oh, put in half the number of courts, half the cost. And I realize you can't answer this, you know, to the dollar right now, but you know, how practical would it be if council decided to go ahead with something less than the number of courts that are recommended, to do that, but provide for the option at a future date for a future council to add that if in fact the usage and the demand is there for it, and the corresponding side to that, you know, how much savings is there really to be realized in putting in, say, some fraction of the courts. You know, if you put in 75% of the courts, do you pay only 75% of the price? If you put in half the courts, do you pay only half the price? How much mobilization and all that kind of stuff.
To answer as best as possible, when we looked at the original scope of this project being 2-court for rackets and then the single ball hockey, like the scale of what's been quoted, like it actually has worked out to be a close percentage of, we've added another third of the cost in the racket courts for asphalt and fencing and those items. When it comes to if we weren't to proceed with those now and look at doing those at a later date, the cost of mobilization then would likely be higher because we're now, if they're on site now to do that, 33% bigger for the racket courts, the cost is likely around 3%. But down the road, it will cost more to get excavation. It will have to remove a row of fencing posts to be reinstalled because we'll have, or we could build off the side, but there'll be fencing kind of in between a future development of court and this current court. So there's just some project items that would have to be considered then. But
anyone else? Paul?
Since we're not speaking to a specific motion, my comments will probably cover comments made by all four, and I'll try not to repeat, but maybe give my spin on the comments from the other four members of council. And I start out by saying that I've followed the agendas, the minutes, and the reports that have come from staff and from Katie, and I've been impressed with the work done by this committee. To me, you seem to be organized, you've done a tremendous amount of research, and you've been fairly well focused on what you want. And I was impressed with the presentation that was included with the agenda until I got down to the part about costs and funding strategy. And I just want to point out that this council won't contribute anything to this project, that whatever dollars come from the township will come from all the taxpayers in Zorra Township, and many of those people will have very little use, if ever, that they use these facilities. Having said that, I am a big fan of these township/community group partnerships because it enables Thamesford and Embro to acquire facilities that they would never otherwise have, or at least not in the near term, and that those facilities are definitely an asset to the community. And on the surface, it's a really good deal for the township because the local community contributes a significant number of dollars to the capital costs. But it's also a really good deal for the community because not only do they have a huge amount of input on the design and location of what these facilities are, but the township contributes land, 2 staff who attend multiple meetings and prepare agendas, minutes, reports, the RFP, and eventually at least one person to supervise the construction. When it's built, the township will assume all costs for operating and maintenance costs, and eventually the township will pay to replace this facility. And on top of that, the township puts in a percentage towards the construction cost. And what is contentious right now is what that percentage will be. And to expand on what other councillors said, the 3 projects that we have committed to so far have been approximately 30% township, 70% community group. The Embro Splash Pad is a $75,000 commitment to a $275,000 project, which is 27.3%. The Lions Pavilion was $5,000 capital plus $3,700 in time and material, which works out to a 31.5% contribution. But there was no committee formed, so there was a lot less staff time contributed to that project. And the original project was the Water and Wheels, and the initial commitment was $150,000 to a $400,000 project, which is actually 37.5%. But that project turned out to be almost $503,000. And council, in their wisdom, did not increase their commitment so that 150,000 turned out to be 29.8%, so pretty darn close to 30%. So your funding for your racket courts is right in line with what we've done in the past. What throws a monkey wrench into this is the contention that the previous council agreed to fund the basketball ball hockey court for $100,000. And in that Recreation, Arts and Culture Master Plan, there's 53 recommendations, 3 of which had dollar figures attached, including $100,000 for the courts and $200,000 for the soccer field. And that motion was passed by previous council in April of 2018. And anyway, I was going to read it, but I don't have it in front of me. I won't waste time. But it basically was to approve in principle and to instruct staff to move forward with the recommendations. But what seems strange to me is that none of this has been included in any of our budgets up to now, and I understand that it was medium term, so we're probably looking at 2026 before we go, that was going to be included. And there's been no discussion at Council or ZRAC about either of those proposals. So I'm hoping that Marcus and Ron can shed some light on what the intention of the previous council was. Are we on the hook for $300,000 for these 2 projects? Or was the intention just to approve the master plan as a whole? And to touch on what Katie said about the washrooms, certainly if this project goes forward and there's going to be people there, there's a case to be made for the washrooms. On one side is that that's not part of the scope of this project and that should be 100% funded by the township. On the other hand, if we don't build these courts, then we don't need the washrooms. So should there be a partnership there? So I'm not prepared to support the almost 139,000 that you're asking for, which is almost 40%. I was prepared if we could justify the size and design, and I'm not sure that we have, to commit 105,000, which would be 30% and in line with what we've done in the past. But if it's confirmed that we are committed to that 100,000, I think these 2 should be split up. And to Steve's point, that the ball, hockey, basketball courts should be looked at separately from the racquetball courts, because they are 2, although it makes sense to build them at the same time in the same location, the funding is so different that we should be considering what we're going to do forward with them. So personally right now, I need more information before I'm prepared to vote on a dollar figure for any of this.
Ron, do you want to attempt to speak to your intention when the previous council passed that, or do you want me to do that? All right.
It may be different than yours. Yeah, when we accept those, in my mind, when I voted in favor to accept the master plan for recreation and to another extent the official plan, or not official plan, the strategic plan for the township, those are our guidelines, and they're nothing more than guidelines. It's to keep stuff in front of you that says this could come in the future. And as far as even though it says basketball court and a ball hockey, to me that was not something that we were ever going to put on a budget until there was a need or somebody came forward and said, you know what, we need this. And if somebody comes forward and says we need it, well, now we're going to look at funding it. And that's why I think if it is part of this project, they've included it for a lot of good reasons, and I think it should be funded as a community project, and And it seems like we're kind of zeroing in on 70-30, and if 70-30, not that it'll apply to this situation, but I think going forward, we definitely should have a policy in place that says, you know, community initiative, that's the target. And then council's kind of got buy-in from a significant group in the public, and that'll be, that project can go forward. But I don't think for just a moment that just because it says in the master plan that, yeah, we're gonna have to put up, unless somebody needs it or wants it, why would we, right? Tennis courts weren't in there because, again, these are what they call living documents, and you go back that time, nobody was even mentioning tennis courts in Tempsford, and now we are. And if there's that need, well, then let's add it and go forward. So it's strictly a guideline.
Yeah, I would actually largely agree with Ron. I would use
Can we capture that in the minutes, please?
I would use slightly stronger language in that I would say that, to me, when we adopt, whether it's a strategic plan or the recreation or culture master plan, that it's like a directional document for staff and residents, for council to say, yes, at this point in time, this is the direction we would like to go. We would like staff to plan and budget accordingly like this. But of course, the budgets then that the council of the day in the future passes may or may not include those things at certain dates or at certain scales, or not have them at all. And certainly from a legal standpoint, the decisions of a previous council are not binding on a future council. So I mean, I'm not sure whether this council, I think we did in some way though adopt the Recreation, Arts and Culture Master Plan. I didn't frankly check that before today, but I think we did do that. But again, my view is that that is like our strategic plan, a guidance document, a directional document to staff to say, in general, this is the direction that we would like to be moving in. Specific decisions then to be made by council at that time, whether it would be exactly what was talked about 5 years ago in the Recreation Arts and Culture Master Plan, or modified, smaller, larger, whatever. But yeah, certainly not binding on council. That was the way I thought of it at the time. It's the way I think of it today. So, but certainly with respect to the 70-30, I think, again, it's not a formal policy. It's just what the previous council and this council have done. So it's up to this council whether it wants to do that or something different, or wants to formalize it in any way, or continue to debate it on an issue by issue basis. It's up to this council. And I would just remind you all again, I've given like a fair bit of latitude here, channeling my inner Margaret Lupton to let you guys try and come to a consensus, but there's still no motion in front of me here as to what we are or aren't going to do. I would encourage you guys to do it simply because I think you guys have done really well at that before, at hearing, okay, I didn't know what I wanted, but I don't want that, and you guys will get there sooner. But again, you know, the day is pretty early, so I mean, fill your boots.
I'm not sure who to, this might even sound like a silly question, it's a technicality, but on the letter from Matt, option 1 says that council endorse, and option 2 says that council supports. Endorse and support mean the same thing to me, so.
That's up to you as a councillor, right? There's 5 of us. I mean, staff write us reports, they give us recommendations, but there's only 5 people in the room that get to vote. So if you want to use endorse or support or whatever word you want, that's up to the 5 of us what we think they mean. And
that's why I said it was a silly question, but in my brain, there's
no, I think, you know, staff have tried to suggest that 2 options that they think would be useful to them in terms of direction that council could give. And council can absolutely pick one of those 2 as is, or modify them, or a 3rd or a 4th or a 5th or whatever you want to do, really. They've just tried to give us a sort of a, you know, if you want to tell me to do stuff, something like this would be useful, is kind of what Matt's trying to say, as opposed to us giving him something that would be, you know, vague and difficult for him to satisfy. So it really is up to us what we want the wording to be. It sounds like somebody's working on wording.
I was going to too. I don't want 2 or 3 of them coming at you.
can I just say, if you guys want to, right, I don't want to rush this. If you guys want to, we can have lunch, we can come back, you guys can chit chat during lunch, not with us, but you guys can chit chat during lunch and hammer something out if you want. We're all going to sit here and have lunch anyway, right? And there's this, just so you know, there's this and confirmatory and adjournment afterwards. So if you guys want to take some time and hammer it out, likewise, same option. I mean, you guys aren't working, but I mean, you have the same time. You can hammer something out too. We can do that rather than scramble and try and do it. We're all going to be sitting here anyway, right? All right. So let's adjourn for lunch till, how long do you want to have for lunch and to come up with something? 1 o'clock? We'll be back here at 12:59. Good? Not long enough, Ron? You're good? 12:59. Thanks. All right, I'll call the meeting back to order, and we are still on 8.2B, Memorandum 2021-162 from the Director of Recreation Facilities regarding Chelmsford Multi-Use Courts proposal, and I now have a motion in front of me. Moved by Katie Davies, seconded by Paul Mitchell, that Council endorse the multi-use courts proposal and that staff be directed to make the following changes to the proposal. That the funding model of 30% township, 70% fundraising be applied to the full project scope, and that the committee identify priority between the additional racket court and the acrylic surfacing as potential areas of cost savings to be considered during capital budget deliberations, and that staff communicate desired changes on the proposal to the multi-use courts committee, and that council direct staff to include the project in the draft capital budget for the year 2024. Katie, as the mover, do you want to speak to that?
Sure. So for the funding model, the intention here, just to be clear, is that the full project, whatever that ends up being, be funded 30% by the municipality and 70% by the committee and community through fundraising initiatives, as our other projects have been. That's not the method of funding that I believe to be the best approach, but I think it's where the consensus is going to lie and allow this to proceed forward. In terms of the next section of it, the full project scope with the new funding model applied may be able to be fit into the budget and have approval at that time. But if during capital budget deliberations there are some budgetary challenges, then I think I would like to see the committee have an opportunity to identify some cost savings on this project, either through removal of the additional racket court. And what I mean by additional racket court is the racket court above and beyond what our staff had recommended in their initial report, that was added from the committee in this proposal. And to also consider the acrylic topping on the volume of courts. So between those two options that have been added by the committee through this proposal, which one of those would be more of a priority if we are needing to make some trimmings on this project in order to make it fit. So the intention is that they identify that priority and that information then come back to council, and that at budget deliberations, council will then have the ability to, hopefully, if need be, to make some trimmings, do it in a way that may be endorsed through the committee. Basically providing the committee an opportunity to endorse changes as we head into budget deliberations.
If I can, I want to ask a question of clarification just before I go to you, Paul. So the intention here, though, would be that the committee would come back with some kind of answer, or staff would, with respect to the preference between the court and the surfacing before actual budget deliberations. Okay, I just want to make sure I understood that. No, it's fine. I just wanted to understand. That's all. Paul.
Yeah, I support the motion as very well written, and after some great discussion before lunch, I'm very pleased that we're going to do the 30-70 funding model. And although it's not an official policy, it has been the precedent in the previous three that's the funding model we adhere to. But and I'm glad that included in there is an opportunity for the committee to revise what they're recommending, because the change in what, if we pass this, if the funding will be considerably more money put on them for their fundraising effort. And so if they decide that they are unable or unwilling to raise those funds, that they have an opportunity to adjust what they want built. So I think it's a great compromise. The key thing to me was what came up in the discussion this morning was whether the previous council had committed us to spending that money, and both the veterans around the table said that no, although they endorsed the plan as a whole, there was no commitment, and that was what convinced me that this is the way to go. So I fully support the motion. I think it's a great compromise coming out of some great debate.
Anyone else? Steve?
I agree with Paul, and that motion reads like clockwork for everything I was going to put down. So, and Councillor Ron's definition that the strategic plan was nothing more than that, planning for the future, but no commitment, that solidified everything in my mind. So I support the motion as written.
Yeah, I'll support the motion as well, and I think it gives all parties sufficient flexibility to adapt as we go forward and reach the completion date of that project.
Yeah, just before I'm 99% sure the procedural bylaw allows me to state how I'm going to vote before I vote without. I support this because I think it advances the project with more dialogue with the committee. It gives an indication to the committee that council is willing to consider the project as long as there's you know the Venn diagrams of where council's at and the committee's at overlap, and I think this says, yeah, there's opportunity. What exactly does it look like? Don't know. Let's hear back from you. So I think this is constructive. So yeah, I would be supporting it as well. Anybody else before I call the vote? Steve?
Did you see the glare Karen gave you when you started that?
But I'm pretty sure I'm right though. I actually read it for those things every once in a while. I actually read the procedural bylaw. So then, do you want me to read it again, or do you want me to just call the vote? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. So I'm assuming that Matt, you'll be talking with the committee, and this will be on the agenda as appropriate for them the next time around. Okay. And Katie, you'll be talking with Andrew and make sure that if they're not watching this, that there's a level of understanding. And okay, great. Excellent. So all that I have left then is confirmatory and adjournment. Moved by Ron Forbes, seconded by Katie Davies, that bylaw 63-21, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council held October 6, 2021, be read a first, second, and third time this October 6, 2021, and further that the mayor and clerk are hereby authorized to sign the same and affix the corporate seal thereto. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Oh, okay.
On behalf of River Ackert, a Tempsford resident, I wish to wish everybody in Zorra Township a happy Thanksgiving. And River Ackert is the son of Councilor Davies.
Move. You have to make sure you show them that on YouTube tonight now. Moved by Katie Davies, seconded by Ron Forbes, that this session of council be now adjourned and herewith closed at 1:10 p.m. And the next meeting of council be called for October 20th, 2021 at 6 p.m. in the council chambers of the Township Municipal Office. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried, and we are